Hey, Peter, how you doing? How's it going? Huh. Well, that's fun. Like these thing doesn't actually blink. Uh, this thing doesn't actually blink if I have my glasses on. Suppose I can remove them for a little bit. I thought you were done with tough. Me too. But I've been thinking about it for the past few days, and honestly, dude, I don't want to keep working in 5.2. I'm just gonna migrate tough to. How you doing, Terry? Just going to migrate tough to uh 3.3. A little bit. It's an easy process, but the thing is that you see, for example, like I have these curves here, right? If I was to migrate tough, these will turn into actual meshes because I have to export as an OBJ, SDL, FBX, whatever format you want, you want to go for. I have to export it into actual mesh and then import it into 3.3. And I'm gonna have to reset all these, like reset up all the shaders, which is fine. I could try to make like a new shader for these. See what I don't know. I will most likely end up taking a look at my Twitter page and deciding which shader I like the most, and probably end up you know copying it and pasting it into the scene. But for the time being, right now I don't really have like a lot of things that I want to do, but I still want to stream. So yeah. I am also doing my dailies in Final Fantasy Ever Crisis because I forgot to do them last night. So that's why I haven't gotten into the actual model itself. But yeah, that's basically the plan for today. For the time being, I'm gonna be making sure that everything with Tough, well, mainly the hair, that the hair is the way that I want it to be, and then we'll export it and send it over to 3.3 and start working there. How you doing today? It's been a day fairly slow for a Friday. I woke up at like, I don't know, dude, like maybe like 4 p.m. I slept poorly again. I'm kind of tired of these days. Happens every summer. By the end of summer, I'm always pretty much spent. I'm just like dead tired because like I don't like sleeping with the fans on because they're noisy and they have to be like going at full blast pretty much. I don't really sleep too well, and by the end of summer, I'm always exhausted. And yeah, the heat wave is over, but we still need to have the AC on. The I'm sorry, not the AC. The fans on. We're still turning on the AC though. All right, let's see. Liko, hey, I'm studying anime faces. Hope I can make it. What do you mean? What do you mean you hope you can make it? Drawing? I mean, I'm sure you'll be able to. All right, so this is good to go. This is this is another thing that I'm gonna lose. So anything that has a modifier, it's just that's going to be converted into mesh. So for example, this thing, it's gonna be converted into mesh, which is slightly annoying, but it is what it is. It should be fine. This is gonna be converted into mesh. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get rid of the solidify here. I am gonna get rid of this solidify here. The string grip should be fine. Like all of those things should be okay. Yeah, yeah, I know what I'm doing. It's just annoying. It's just annoying to do. Something that I have to do way too many times. These is I'm gonna remove the bevel of these and also the solidify. This is good to go. This is good to go. I'm gonna remove the mirror and I'm gonna remove the mirror as well. Solidify is fine. This is okay. I don't think this has any shape keys. It does not. This doesn't have any modifier. Gonna merge these two things. I was gonna stream later, but I realized all my plugins in my music software are reset, and I'm really not looking forward to redoing my settings. Dude, that's really annoying. Anytime that you have to reset up your, I'm gonna get rid of Solidify here. I'm gonna get rid of Solidify there. Anytime that you need to reset up, actually, I kind of want to make like new censoring things, but it should be fine. Anytime that I have to reset up Blender, dude, I'm just like, what if I just give up? What if I just quit? What if I just don't do this anymore? You know? What if I just start looking for my next chapter? Every time I'm ready to just, what if I just don't do this anymore, huh? Hundreds of presets. It's just gonna take, gonna make a new one instead of trying to recreate the old ones. Yeah. Yeah. No, I get it, dude. Like those type of things can make you quit something. That made you be like, well, maybe I don't want to. Maybe I won't do this anymore. How you doing, Leon? What's up? Kid fucking avatar. Thank you. Thank you. All right, I'm done with these, I think. And there was another thing that I was gonna go for. These. Hey, how you doing, Elias? 3.3, yeah. Right now we're in 5.2, but I'm gonna be migrating these to 3.3. Uh, wait, that's not showing up. Oh, it's just a streak. There we go. And they streak. Let's fucking go. How are you doing, Elias? Uh huh. Uh huh. We're going back. Oh boy. Yeah, we're going back to 3.3. Ooh, almost close the stream. All right. So this is good to go. This is gonna be annoying, but I think it should be fine. I don't think I need to edit this in any way, so I'm just going to apply it the way that it is. Keep it like that. The eyes, they never lie. How you doing, sheep? Let's apply these. Let's apply these as well. Oh, I'm gonna have to reset up the ice shader. Yeah. Or maybe I can just steal some texture, you know? I need motivation to do things, man. I was watching the VOD of you talking about rigging, and it's been a while. I was gonna relearn rigging today. Dude, honestly, learning rigging shouldn't take you longer than 5 minutes. Dude, I think I'm okay with like fuck it. I'm just going to export these as it is, and I'll just figure things out later. Okay. So what we're gonna do is I'm just gonna export these as obj of selection only of export. Oh, because why not? You know, Janegi. Let's go for these because why not? I just press STL and go my merry way. STL, OBJ, FBX. They don't really have any like actual difference for what I'm trying to do. Let me rename these materials because I quite like them, especially the hair. I think the hair looks really pretty. According to you, it takes no longer than 1 hour. It shouldn't take longer than 5 minutes. What you do now? What you gonna do now, Shiba Rush? You're gonna find IRL Rush? No, 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 no. Alright, so this is called skin. This is called white. This is called black. Alright, yeah, I think gold, green. Alright, good. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm just going to hide the extras. I'm gonna move these out of the way, and I'm going to import. But yeah, shape. I don't think there's any like actual difference or actual. I don't think it matters. Basically, is what I'm trying to say. I'm gonna keep it at this scale for now, just in case I need to, get things from the old file. All right, so we're gonna. So this is gonna be the skin material. This is also gonna be a skin material. This is gonna be white. For now, I'm just gonna make this black. We'll fix that later. Do I have? I think it's gold, right? Yeah, for the gold. Remember, yeah. Just a little bit, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Wait, why do we have a hair shade? I don't understand. Why did this shader come through? I'm confused. All right, for these, we're gonna need to add a color attribute here. Make it white. Oh yeah. I'm okay with this shader. We still can make like a play around with shaders, but I think I'm cool with this one. All right, this is gonna be gold. Well, not really. Yellow. Okay, let's just make it white. I think this yellow material is, yeah, no. What I'll do instead is I'll just grab this material, put it here, play this. What? What did I do? This has yellow. This has yellow and green. Oh, I see. There's something funny going on YouTube, right? So people are making like so far. I think I've gotten like 2 or 3 comments of people like asking, like, "I thought you were done with 3D." I don't know what to respond to those comments. Like, I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure what am I supposed to respond to those things. All right, okay, now I'm understanding what's happening. Um, so these I'm gonna need to call these steel or whatever. It doesn't really matter. You know, with the look, I don't know what that is, but yeah, it's just being a little bit weird. Who is that? Who's who? But it's like I don't know if I should take it as like they are shaming me for streaming 3D again. I don't know if they actually believed that I was not going to do 3D anymore. You know? And then there's some other people that I kind of feel like they didn't understand the point of what I was trying to say before. Because he's like, I thought you weren't going to do any more content. And I'm like, but I'm not though. I'm not making any more content for YouTube. Nor will I do it. Goodbye. I don't get it. You're not making YouTube content. That is to say, you will keep uploading and streaming to YouTube. But I'm not uploading anything to YouTube. I'm streaming to YouTube as for the same reason that I was streaming to YouTube before, as an alternative for people to watch if they don't want to be hit by ads. You know, because as far as I know, there's well, number one, there's If there are ads in YouTube, they're significantly less than on Twitch, and the ad blocker actually works with the YouTube ads. So it's there because of that. I get nothing from streaming to YouTube because I get extremely I get very I get barely an engagement. I'm not really getting money out of that. Like I'm making cents per stream over on YouTube, like 10 cents per stream or something like that. And it's kind of bothersome to stream to YouTube, you know, because I have to open up a specific tab, and then I have to click. I have to make sure that everything is in order. I have to set up an extra title. I can't listen, like I can't share music on the stream because for whatever reason I can't make it so the music doesn't, even though I have it set up the way that it's supposed to be set up, the music is still going to YouTube. And so every single time the YouTube VOD gets limited or it gets taken down, or it has to get muted. So more than anything, it's just kind of annoying for me to stream to YouTube. But I do it just so people have like an alternative. But I don't get anything out of streaming to YouTube. So yeah, I'm not making content for YouTube. I'm not gonna be making content for YouTube. I'm not gonna be making 3D content for YouTube or Twitch. I'm just streaming. Hopefully that made sense. Thank you. But by far, I think what I find the most funny are the comments where people think that I actually stopped doing 3D. Because there's someone that commented like, "Dude, I thought you stopped doing 3D." Like, I never said that I was gonna stop doing 3D. It's internet. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know it is. If I stop making content, it means I'm dead. Uh, I guess. Back in the content engine. How you doing, Polovitz? Uh, I don't remember what the eyes look like. Finish sculpting phase. Now it's time for the splitting phase. The most fun of them all. It's super fun. I bet you're really looking forward to that one. Okay, let me take a look at a closer look to the eyes. Alright, I think I'm gonna try to just copy them. Shading. Alright, let me see. What did I do here? It's going to be a hassle. What kind of skirt do you make? Alright, we have that. Let me delete that. Alright, then I made another color ramp, right? From here. Now this color ramp looks a little bit like this. And now this one goes here. And there's a mix. We're gonna use the color as the factor. And then we go like this. Into a mix. Into this color. Into a very, very light blue, teal blue. And now this one goes here. Now we go like this. I wonder if the color is gonna be. Can I copy the color? Yes, I can. Okay, let's see if it looks alright. I mean, it looks like something. Quadratic sphere, -5, -5, minus, let's 5, and then 1. Okay, UV, UV. There we go. All right, cool. Now for this one, what did I end up doing? Shading. All right, just a let's add a BSDF. BSDF principle. Hey, how you doing, Jaime? Add a layer weight. Can I have these? What's the texture? Color. Oh, I don't have a layer weight. That I never set it up. Okay. Dude, I don't want to have to irritate before the face. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna add a subdivision level to these. Oh, my bad. I'm blushing now. Oh, I fucked up. All right, no, never mind. Okay. Woo! Almost like I thought that I had fucked up. Woof. Did you make the chat avatar here in Blender? No, this I didn't make this avatar. This is something I bought. Fuck. Yeah, maybe I need to change the settings for the commands in VTuber Studio. VTube Studio. All right, so this is a problem, I guess. Um, Mm-hmm. Yeah, for now, I'm gonna keep the hair like that. All right, let's fix this censoring. Oh yeah, right. I forget that I can't delete this now. How is your setup? Do you work with one or two monitors? I have three screens. I have my tablet, which is I think it's 24 inches. I have 32-inch monitor, and then I have an ultra wide. Hey, how you doing, Nish? What's up? Yeah, I'm doing feeling kind of slow. Not gonna lie. You know what? We're gonna keep these censoring. I'm not gonna make any. I'm not gonna make new ones. I think it's just gonna be like annoying more than anything. I'm just gonna reposition these like so, and there we go. And then Twitch, dude. I need to. I really need to fix the. Like I need to get rid of this thing. It's Friday mood. Honestly, dude, it feels more like Sunday mood for me. I'm just exhausted. I'm just tired. I haven't been sleeping well. And I'm just tired overall. You know. Don't look at the armpits, okay? Don't look at them. And your yeah, protect your ankles. Knees like to bite ankles. But yeah, what's up, Nish? How you been? I went to Final Fantasy 14 a few days ago because a friend of mine was, he was playing at the same time that I was doing the summer event for the new mount, and then he was like, "So I'm gonna go do some roulettes because he's farming for the relic." I'm like, "Do you want me to go with you?" I'm like, "Okay, yeah, yeah, sure, let's go." So I went with him, and we went into the alliance raid two times. The first time we got Nears, Near Automata Raid Alliance Raid. And the final boss, you know how some people, I don't know if you remember these, but you know how some people on the last boss, they like to do a ready check? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, my bad. But yeah, anyway, what the fuck is happening? Oh, raid check. So raid check is basically in the last. I mean, you can do this at any point, right? You do a ready check whenever if you have you're setting up a party and you want to make sure that everybody's ready to go to the dungeon or whatever. But it's basically a check, like just a ready check, right? Like, hey, are you ready to jump into the fight? And for whatever reason, people like to do that in alliance raids that are extremely easy. Yeah, that thing. And I've never given a fuck about that, so I just jumped straight in, and I can't believe. Well, I mean, I can't believe it. I was expected. Me and my friend, we were both laughing like crazy. But like as soon as I was thinking, as soon as we got to the bus, I just pulled without like ignoring the rate check. People flamed me like crazy. It was funny, and I never understood why. I don't. I never understood why people get so salty whenever somebody does something like that. Because he's like, I don't care if people want to watch the cutscene. That's perfectly fine. Watch the cutscene. I don't mind. You want to go take a sip of water? Go take a sip of water. I don't care. If you die, that's fine. You'll get rest. It's okay. I just want to get out of here as quickly as possible. You're not here yet. You're still walking to the bus. That's fine. In 15 seconds, you're gonna be teleported. You don't even hell. You don't even have to move. But people get upset, and me and my friend we think that's funny. But I have fun. I don't know if I will do it again, but I had fun. Is this the normals being cringy? Yes, this is the normals being cringy. I think it's a golden rule to let someone watch the cutscene, but you're right. They totally can watch it. Yeah, like I just don't understand why people get so salty. If it was, mind you, I don't do this with current content, right? Like if I'm playing and it's a new raid, yeah, I don't do that with current content because it's current content is a little bit more difficult in the sense that we don't have as many stats, because the gear is not as good. But we're talking about, first of all, we're talking about Nier Automata's raid. Nier Automata's raid came out 4 years ago, I believe. It's 4 year old. It's a 4 year old content, and I refuse to believe that out of the 24 people that we had in that we have in alliance raids, I refuse to believe that even 25% of those people are new people. I refuse to believe it. But yeah, it was funny to remember how sensitive the Final Fantasy 14 community is. And people will throw in insults at me like I care. Like I hope whenever you go to the coffee shop, your barista it switches from decaf to fully calf. I'm like, dude, I don't drink coffee. But first of all, I don't give a fuck. Number two, I don't drink coffee. So what the fuck you talking about? If you're gonna insult me, insult me. Call me names. And the funny thing, what was funnier yet? Yeah, they're all very nice to a fault, even when insulting other people. Dude. Yeah, yeah. I hope your pillow, whenever you go to bed, your pillow is always warm. And I'm like, dude, it's summer. It's always warm. I hope whenever you wear socks, you step on like a puddle. I'm like, I don't wear socks. I don't care. Like people try to insult you in ways that are like, dude, just call me a whatever. Insult me. Just if you're gonna insult me for real. But yeah, they're just oh no, dude. Okay, so this is something. This is a funny thing with 5.2. For whatever reason, whenever you export curves from 5.2, it creates a double mesh, and I don't know why. Peak forehead. Yeah, Anyway, yeah, we had a laugh that day, and then yesterday also. Like, I got a little bit upset watching my friend play, because we were in voice chat and he was streaming, his screen, was sharing his screen, and you know what Palace of the Dead is, or like Deep Dungeons? Palace of the Dead, or Deep Dungeons, like those, that specific content is called Deep Dungeon. Yeah. It, so something that's always tilted me a little bit, in that, like in Final Fantasy 14, and the main reason why I don't like doing that content, it's because a lot of the times, people don't like to think, and like it's been proven that the fastest way to level up in that mode is to just get out of the dungeon as quickly as possible. But there's always people that they want to check every single room, and it's like, yo, bro, so this is a waste of time. Can we not do this? Like, I'm just trying to be done with this. And my friend, like, he had like two people from his party yesterday that were doing that, and he's like, dude, just make your own party and just clear the thing by yourself. Eventually, like at the end of the day, whenever I will run into those people, what I do is that once we are ready to move on to the next floor, I just sit down on the exit. If they want to kick me, they'll have to kick me, and then I'll just wait there. Because in the past, anytime that I've been like, "Yo, can we rush this place? Can we move it along? Like, can we move it along? Like, this is we're done." And I would always get the "you don't pay for my sub" comment. So ever since then, I just sit down, and then whenever people complain that I'm sitting down, you don't pay for my sub. I didn't agree to this. So if you don't mind, I'm gonna sit down till you guys clear whatever it is you want to clear. I think if I'm being honest, like the main reason why I stopped playing Final Fantasy 14 is the community. Yeah, I don't like the Final Fantasy 14 community. They're nice as long as you are acting under their rules. I don't know if that makes sense. Hey, how you doing, Bear? As long as you're part of the group, they're gonna be nice to you. That shading is fire. Thank you. Yeah, you gotta follow the crowd. I remember this one time. I don't remember exactly what was the problem. Uh, like me and a friend of mine, which, mind you, let me get something out of the way, right? I have There's no game that make me more toxic than Final Fantasy 14. I played League of Legends. I was never as toxic in League of Legends as I've been in Final Fantasy 14. So let me just get that out of the way. And my friend is like my friend, the one that I usually uh, played with. He's the same, if not worse. How you doing, Legendary? And like this one time, we were in this like old dungeon, like I remember Dark's Hold or something like. I don't remember. It's a level 44 dungeon, I think. Doesn't matter. It's a low level dungeon. And dude, there was this DPS that was not DPSing, and I don't mean that I had ACT and I was like looking at numbers. No, I mean that the guy was not moving. The guy wasn't doing anything, and every few seconds, every I don't know 5-6 seconds, he was casting something. He wasn't actually doing it, and I was like, dude, I'm trying to get out of here as quickly as possible. Can you please DPS? Can you please press the buttons? It's not too difficult. Can you please press the buttons? So the guy was pretty much throwing a tantrum. You don't pay for my stuff. I play whatever way you want. I want to play, and I was like, all right, that's fair. Let me hit you with a vote kick, right? So I just initiated a vote kick, and my friend voted yes, right? And in Final Fantasy 14, you just need 50% of votes to vote someone out, and the guy was kicked. So the healer was their friend, and they got upset, and then they refused to heal. The person that joined um because of the DPS that we kicked, the person that joined only saw the second part, and he sided with the healer. And then he also refused to do something. But before actually refusing to do anything, my friend initiated a vote kick for the healer. And I voted yes. So we voted the healer. We kicked him out. So in comes another person, another healer. And the DPS that joined for the other DPS that we kicked out got bratty, and he was like, no, since you guys are mean, I'm not going to do anything either. So we told the new guy, the new healer, what was happening, and the guy initiated a vote for the other DPS that didn't want to do anything. So yeah, fun times. What happened? Not much. I'm just telling tales of my adventures in Final Fantasy 14. Do I have a portfolio? Twitter. Just search for my name. It's Rashila underscore. Do not search for my Twitter account at near people, or at least near people that you want there. You want to be respected by. All right. Anyway. I mean, I suppose you could definitely open my Twitter profile on in church and be like, oh, this is satanic, guys. All right, we have to pray against this thing. I suppose it's something you can do. But yeah, dude, I don't. I mean, I do know why. It's the way that people are in Final Fantasy 14. The type of like community that people foster there. The fact that again, like they're only nice to you if you play by their rules. If you don't play by their rules, then they're not gonna be nice. And that really annoys me. Yeah, that's actually fine. Is that wet enough? How you doing, Legendary? Some type of way. We're gonna muddle right now, but seeing these deep muscles creases and all the volume makes me want to redo. No, 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 no. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm gonna let you in a little secret. I hate these. I do not like this model. I don't think this is good. Um, But I'm in too deep. Well, I mean, do not get me wrong. I don't think this is bad. I just don't think that this is. Um, I kind of feel that maybe I could have done a little bit better. You know, in my clan, it's my rules. Everyone must have booba bigger than their own head. I don't care if you're a dude. You're big. Dude, funny thing is, like, the craziest female characters in Final Fantasy 14, they're all dudes. Massive memories for a reason. The best thing is to finish things, even if you hate them. At least, yeah. I mean, I've been doing this for 6 years. I can't remember a single project that I've finished that I felt proud of. That I've been like, oh, this looks good. Not a single time. I've been doing this for 6 years in 3D. I've been doing it for uh, 17 years in total, if you count my 2D experience, which is 10 years. Well, 2D experience, I mean, quote unquote, professionally, because I've been drawing my whole life. Yeah, dude. I need to change my name. I need to change. I need to remove the CLI. But I can't think of anything. And you know what, Nish? I tried. I think I tried Rush Rush. Uh, and I think it's taken. Then I also tried Rush X2, and I think it's also taken. I tried doing that, dude, with the because there's these League of Legends. I mean, he's not a League of Legends streamer anymore, but he was a League of Legends streamer back in the day, and he was called Rush. And I heard about them at the time, that was like that was the year that I became partner. It's that he hasn't been active for years, like for 4 years, because he joined the military, and he hasn't been active yet ever since. The good old black Rashid. Who else will be Scylla that rushes? You can be Polyscylla. But yeah, dude, like I tried. Well, I didn't try with the Rush. I tried with the Rush, like the guy that's just Rush, right? I wrote to Twitch and I'm like, oh, hey, yo guys, can I join this name? Because the guy's been MIA for 4 years. You know, can I have this name? And they were like, nah, sorry, you can't. You can't. Rush Delicious. Now, because dude, like people are gonna start calling me Mr. Licious, and I don't want that. Yeah, I know he does, but for all we know, he's dead. But yeah, like I'm like again, I've been trying to come up with an actual name that I actually want to like that it's kind of unique to me, kind of, you know. Rishiwu, dude, I have to play so much Overwatch this season because the title, like, so in Overwatch, the battle pass, right? You have like, let's say 80 levels for the sake of simplicity, right? The first 80 levels, you get like, cosmetics and stuff. Then from level 81 to level 200, again, it's not the exact number, but for the sake of simplicity, You get different tiers. Every X amount of levels, you get a new title, like a new title card that goes into your name, right? At one point, there was one that was Discord Keaton, for example, right? This season, the last one for completing the whole battle pass is Uru, and I need it. Do you sculpt directly in a complex pose, or do you start in T pose and then pose the character afterwards somehow? So I start in T pose. I kind of get the volumes going. It depends if I know, if I know there's people that are new or whatever that they want to watch a little bit of sculpting, I'll sculpt in T pose. Although I don't like adding details in T pose because all of that is gonna get readjusted anyway. Right. Then I rig the model, I pose the model, and then I sculpt in pose. Like all of these, I sculpted in pose. Like all the details that you see, they were done in pose. Like these armpit that you're not supposed to look at. Um, I didn't sculpt that before posing. I did it after posing. And then there's times that I also do retopo after posing. If I feel the topology is too twisted because of the posing, because of the rigging. Yeah, sometimes I do that. Like I remesh right away. I just kind of vibe. I just go with the vibe. I just kind of do whatever I feel like doing. But yeah, Mike, you can check my like the VODs. I think they should be up. You can check the VODs and those recycling admin account names. Yeah, but I got it's like that guy's a partner. You know, vicious. I don't think I'm like that. That's ever going to go away. I don't think that they're ever going to um recycle his name. Um, Mike, I see that you're new here. Welcome. If you have any question, I see that you already like went for it, right? But if at any point you have any question that you might want to know whatever about my process, feel free to ask. It doesn't like do not worry if I'm talking with somebody else. Do not worry about if I'm working on something. I stream so people can ask me questions. If I didn't want to be bothered, I wouldn't be streaming. Time to get ready, twin. You have a good stream, Nish. Thank you so much for stopping by. Really, really nice of you. I'll see you later. Have fun. Stay toxic. Okay. There will be people confusing me with the lead player. Well, I'm not Korean. But dude, that doesn't bother me. Rush Silla. Um, so if you search for Rush Silla on Google, I think you're gonna get 3 hits. You're gonna get me, of course. You're also going to get a woman that I think she's trying to be an influencer. I'm not sure. But I think she's Rush underscore Silla, and you're all you're blah, 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 blah. You're also gonna get I believe it's called Rush Silla Records. It's a black dude that makes music. Man of culture, I see. Yeah. So I'm not too concerned about the. I'm not too concerned about the people confusing me with somebody else. Mm. It's Twitter. It's gonna be forever Twitter. Dude, I kind of feel. I think anybody, for the most part, this is not like a whole this is not like 100% of people. No. But for the most part, generally speaking, I think people under 30 are going to call it X. Are you under 30, Mike? Another thing that is also really important to consider is like how much you use it, and how do you use it. Okay. I need to figure out what's going on. Yeah, okay. I see what's happening here. Like this, the glossiness is a little bit over the roof. Yeah, there we go. Which is the main one. Yeah, like it's always gonna be Twitter for me. I kind of feel weird calling it X. Um, I know there's people that call it X. Most YouTubers they call it X. Although in their defense, I think they have to call it X. Wouldn't it save time to sculpt in post though? I sculpt in post, yeah. You lose too much detail or deformations. You do lose a lot of details and differ like, and not only you lose a lot of details, sometimes you keep a lot of details, but the details end up looking wrong because of the way the rigging works. Like there's gonna be any like perfect rig. There isn't gonna be ever like a perfect rig that is going to work 100% of the time. So there's always going to be some deformation that is not it's not gonna happen the way that it's supposed to happen or the intended way, and you're gonna have to fix things. You barely use it. No, it's fine. Again, I don't think I don't think you're being shamed. I mean, you might have been at least by sheep, not by me. Um, you do call it X, you know, even though I said Twitter, and which is fine. A lot of games now also do the hugging pose instead of a pose. The hugging pose. I don't think I did. I'm way too out of the loop. I don't know what that's supposed to be. How you doing, Doombleak? All right, I'm gonna need to fix this thing. The avatar, I mean. Let me remove that double. Where was that again? I think it was here. Squeeze. Let me turn that off for the time being. There we go. So I'm pressing Alt S, and that's the default for that gesture in the VTuber program, VTube Studio. Didn't I remove the normals for these? What the fuck's going on here? How is Momo today? I don't know, dude. I think she's. So I opened the door for the I don't know, dude, like the room that we use as kind of like a laundry room, storage, whatever you want to call it. It's supposed to be the main bedroom, but it's not a good bedroom. Um, So we moved to the other bedroom, to that other, that's where I have my clothes. That's where, we use it as laundry room. We use it as to store boxes and whatever. And usually that door is closed because one of the reasons why that's not a good room, it's because the window, or rather, well, the wall goes towards the back of other buildings, and they're full of ACs. And when their ACs are on, it gets really, really hot. So we don't sleep there because of that. And but Momo likes it. So I left the door open, and she's been there for most of the afternoon. How many milk send you heart rate handles before Blender starts freezing and crashing? I don't know. I haven't really tried. I think the highest that I've worked on it's 20 mil, if I recall correctly. And I did it for science, but you should never need 20 mil. Hell, you don't. You should never need even 2 million polygons. Cats love heat. Yeah. Not only that, there's a bunch of boxes and chairs and stuff there. So she likes just hiding in a corner there and just sleeping. But yeah, like this thing is 500,000 faces. You don't need to work at like 2 million polygons. This is 500,000 in a laundry room. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You tried the new adaptive auto skinning add-on? I don't go for add-ons, legendary. I don't believe in add-ons for the most part. What's the auto skinning add-on? Like what do we do with it? Is it the one that people were going crazy about? Like, oh, you don't have to do retouple anymore with cleaner weights. I've never really had a problem with weights because I know how to fix them. Not to mention that I think that weight painting, for the most part, it's a waste of time. I've never had to clean fingers. The weight of the fingers. Does it help with weight paint? Automatic weight paints are going to be more than enough for 99% of the people. Now integrated as an option in Auto Pro. Again, I've never had an issue with weight painting. At least not an issue that's fixable by weight painting. Making art, my whole life. Making art professionally, quote unquote professionally, about 17 years. Doing 3D, about 7 years. Yeah, sure. I'll go for that. It's okay. I don't have a good solution for that. And it doesn't look half bad. I think thighs and armpits always have to clean up. Neck sometimes too. You will always have to do it. There's no white painting that is going to make it so you don't have to clean those things up. You can't. There's a reason why if you go to Smutbase, you download the you download one of the models. Um, any model, you're always going to see a bunch of shape keys. And that's because everybody knows, or at least everybody that knows about an animation and rigging and stuff like that. Everybody knows that you have to go for white paint. That you have to add, not go for white painting. I'm sorry. That you have to add shape keys. Everybody knows that you're gonna have to fix deformations that happen with the rig on shape keys. When it comes to 3D, if you're making stylus art, it feels like something's missing compared to 2D. Not sure what that means. If you're making stylized art, you feel something's missing compared to 2D. Um, I'm not sure what you mean. Do you mind elaborating a little bit? Blender said they were going to never believe it. Never believe what the Blender Foundation say. They're a bunch of liars. Example-based drivers have been more than 2 years. Never believe what the Blender Foundation says. They are all of them a bunch of liars. And honestly, they don't really know what the fuck they're doing. Uh, Ooh. I don't hate Blender Foundation, but until they actually publish something, everything they suggest is Fugazi. Even when they publish something, it's Fugazi. Even X, it's Fugazi. Even X, it's one of the biggest like bullshit stories that Blender has ever told. Even when they release something, it's still a bunch of lies. And I don't hate Blender. I have ZBrush. There's a reason why Blender is my software of choice. I don't hate Blender. I just think the Blender Foundation, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. And that yeah. Let's say we take a finish to the artwork and try to recreate it in 3D. In any case, the result will look pretty flat and lifeless and less paint over. It's because of two different things. Number one, cheating, and number two, mistakes. The mistakes in 2D, they look artistic, and a lot of the times you're like, we are going to just look at something, and inherently we're going to assume that it's part of the style. So if you see someone that makes a mistake and you see that the mistake is pretty constant, um, you're automatically going to make yourself believe that, oh, it's just part of the style. And that's how some styles eventually get born, right? They get born. They get burned, born. Huh. Come to be, you know. So yeah, like there's a bunch of artists that I've seen that they have weird anatomy, but I like the art they make. The anatomy looks weird, and if I look at it objectively, is wrong, but they make it work. You can't have that on 3D. And then the other thing is cheating. In 2D, most people, 99% of the people, they are not good at perspective. They're not good at anatomy. They're not good at like, or as good as you will have to be to make things work in 3D. So in 2D, you can cheat, right? Because you don't have to worry about how the other side is going to look. You don't have to worry about the backside of the car, how the backside is going to look. You don't have to worry if there's a perspective. You don't have to worry about how things are going to be looking like from other angles, which is a problem in 3D. 3D tends to be very consistent. How you doing, Mira? So you need to make sure that everything looks all right in 3D. And making sure that everything looks all right in 3D means that you're not going to have stylistic freedom on one particular angle, which is something that you do in 2D. Even if you're a perspective anatomy guy, it never translates 100% through. It's not going to translate 100% into 3D because nobody. I'm using nobody as a loose term. I'm sure there's going to there has to be some kind of like some guy that is the god, the anatomy god, or the perspective god. But for the most part, people can be good at anatomy and good at 3D. I'm not 3D, I'm sorry. Good at anatomy and good at perspective, but they're not going to be perfect. Now, perspective in 3D, it's for the most part going to be perfect because, well, it's been programmed to be that way. They just want a good looking picture. But that's not what we're talking about here, Mira. Because you could do something like that in 3D, but you need to work for that specifically. You need to work specifically for that one render. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. Rosalina. Oh no, I had to take it down. Never mind. I had to take it down now that I think about it. But there was these JJ 3D. Yeah, if you look, if you search for JJ 3D, you'll see that is a good example. Yeah, you're right. Uh, let me go look for that. I suppose we can find that on YouTube. Okay, I can't find it. If you find it, Polybits, because I assume you're talking about the or at least you mean something like. Okay. All right, that works. Right? Like if you were to do something like this, you know, this only works for that for this specific angle, and you can definitely do something like this in 3D, but you will have to go out of your way to make it look that way. Does that make sense? And it would only work from that angle, and you can 100% make it work, but the 3D model would only work for that specific angle. See? This is the example that what I had in mind when Polovit said that. If you want to get the 2D look, if not necessarily a 2D look, but a 2D vibe and the artistic freedom that you get with 2D, you're gonna have to do something like this. Pretty much like the games from Arc System works. Sure. Let's say yes. For the sake of the argument, let's say I wouldn't. I don't think that I can 100% agree with that because I haven't seen something like this from Arc Systems. But sure. And I've had to do something like there was this time that I was trying to experiment with single renders, like not doing a turntable, and I couldn't get the proportions that I wanted with the camera, right? With the focal length. I tried changes the perspective. I tried different perspective. I went all over the place from like, 28 to 120, and I couldn't get what I was looking for. So what I ended up doing was I ended up, let me draw it because honestly, I don't even remember when I made that. Right. So it was something like, well, I need to move this forward. Oh boy. It was something like so there was Rosalina here, right? And then she was kind of like at the neck here. Right? And then she was gonna like there was like a table here. And then there was like the rest of the body, right? So it was something like this. Now, this part of the body I had to make significantly bigger than it was supposed to be. I think I had to increase the size of it by like 50%. But it will look the way that I wanted it to look on the render. I have to deform the model specifically for each render shot. Yeah, pretty much. That's also something that I've done with sometimes with renders. Why am I white? Because my parents are white. Anyway, um, that's also something that I do. Like a lot of the times after I'm done with the model, if I want to fix some things, or if I feel like I want to add an animation to the model, which I haven't done in a while, but there was a period of time, like 2 years, that I was doing that I was adding animations at the end. I will re-rig the model right after posing, after doing all the details, all those things, and then I will re-rig the model and do the animations like that in post. So whenever it came to doing the render sets, I will pick the angles, and then depending on how I wanted each specific angle to look like, or each specific render to look like, I will change the proportions of the bones or the positioning of the bones to fake whatever, artistic choice that I want to fake. Because my parents are white. I don't know what I told you, Suze. Would a different camera focal length fix this? No, no, because you can't say so. Camera focal length in 3D, there's no distortion issue. The way that a camera focal length in 3D works, it's the same way that real life works. The thing with 2D is that 2D is imperfect. You can't get perfect perspective in 2D. The only way for you to be able to do that will be to just for you to trace over something or to be a god. I don't know. Right? For the most people, that's not going to be the case. A lot of the people, they just take liberties and artistic freedom when it comes to those things, and they just do whatever they can do with the skills they have. And most of the times, people are not necessarily good at perspective, which is not a bad thing. Not really a big deal if you're making webtoons, but for games and animations, it will be a nightmare if you're working alone. Yeah, that's why nobody's doing that, Mike. That's why only studios do that. Was it always white? Yeah, I've always been white. That imperfection in 3D is perfection. Imperfection in art in general is perfection. You don't want to get perfect things. One of the reasons why I don't like 3D anime, it's because it looks too perfect. And I've talked about this multiple times. Whenever you're watching an anime, like a hand-drawn anime, you're going to see imperfections and inconsistencies, on each frame. The shades are not going to look the same in frame 1 as they're going to look like in frame 2. The thickness of the line is not going to be the same, you know? And not only that, but also the way that shades affects the different parts of the character, they are a complete choice made by the artist of how they want that shot to look. So if you're in 3D, you can't really do that. You will have to be changing the shaders every single time, every single frame, and it will be a gigantic pain in the ass. How you doing, Richard? What's up? The big problem when it comes to anime and 3D anime is the consistency of 3D. It's too consistent and it doesn't allow for that magic that anime tends to have. Crazy question, I know, Connie. Seriously, I don't know, dude. uh, I don't know, Suze. I don't see color. All right, you see color. That's fine. I'm not gonna judge you for that. 3D software is basically designed for realism in the first place. I wouldn't say that it's like I wouldn't say that it's designed for realism in the first place. It's just it needs to be designed in a way that works with reality because it's 3D. In real life, we don't see um for the most part, right? I want to believe that most of us, if not all of us, we see reality the same way, right? Like that we see the three dimensions the same way. I'm sure there must be some kind of like, issue with the eyes that makes it so the perspective is all fucked up and it gets all wobbly. I don't know. That's why they use light maps and shadow maps in games like Guilty Gear. Yeah, you have to fake a lot of things. If you're going for anime stuff, you're gonna have to fake a lot of things. But at the end of the day, the main thing that is going to make it almost impossible, and I say almost because I'm sure that at some point it's gonna be possible, but right now that hasn't been a thing. It's the line work in 3D anime 3D. People keep trying to add like outlines and lines to the 3D models, and for the moment, that's not working because they're way too consistent. Did you see the new Black Myth Song Q gameplay? Looks sick. No, it looks bad. It looks like the exact shit that Black Myth Wukong was the name of the Black Myth Wukong was. It looks exactly the same. They do that for the Spider Verse movie. They have an algorithm that does a first pass, and then the animators go over it on a second. Yeah, but it's a lot of work. You know, not only it's a lot of work, they're basically the only studio that is doing that. And the biggest difficulty with that for a for a simple artist, it's the fact that you can't fake chaos. You can't fake accidents. And line weight, while some of it is intentional, for the most part, it's accidental. Been trying to make a good anime style 3D model for 4 years. I don't think you're gonna be. I mean, you might get to a point where you're satisfied with it, but I mean, objectively speaking, I don't think you're gonna get there. For 4 years and still haven't managed to get where I want. I'm thinking maybe I should give up and start drawing instead, or combine the two. Yeah, combining the two will be the best thing that you can probably do. There's someone that I know that they do that, and it works out great for them. But yeah, you need to combine the two of them. You need to focus exclusively on renders and then draw over them. Not only drawing over them, but also deforming them, distorting them. It is possible also that you're gonna have to fake weird perspective. You're gonna have to change. You're gonna have to change the size of things. But trust me, the most important thing when it comes to anime, it's the line work. Trust me, you get good at that, you're gonna be fine. And mind you, again, like there's things that you can do, but the problem is that it's not gonna be consistent. Like, let me show you real quick, right? I'm gonna add a solidify modifier to these. We're gonna make it normals. We're gonna flip the normals. We're gonna make a new material for these. Let's remove these. Oh, my bad, my bad, dog. Okay. We're gonna make a new material here. Let's add an emission. Oh, okay. New emission. Let's make it black. Let's make it none. Let's make it blend. Right, and let's use the material offset. I think it's wait, why is it? Oh fuck! It's exploding. Not really. Water. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Let's see. Where's All right. Wait, shouldn't you be flipping? Am I use? Didn't I set up these the way that it was supposed to? There we go. Matflix calling. Right. You can see here where the problem lies. Right. Every line is the same thickness. Everything is perfect. Right. Everything is very consistent, as you can see here. Right. And yeah, there's things that you can do about these, right? You can let me duplicate this thing. Let's apply the solidify to these. Actually, I didn't need to apply solidify to these. Let me delete this whole thing. Let me remove this thing. Remove these. Let's call these outline. Right? Let me duplicate these. And now I'm gonna decimate these. 0.1. There we go. Okay, let me flip the normals. Let's go for a displays modifier. Maybe let's go for that. All right, let's flip the normals now. And let's give it this material. Good. Okay, great. All right, now we have this thing. So there's a couple of things that you can do. Like you can add like another displace modifier to these and then be like, oh, new texture, and then you can go for like clouds, and then uh, go for something like this, and then you can let's lower the strength to 0, right? And this way you can have like different like amounts of thickness, and it's kind of like a way of faking it, kind of. The problem with this is that it's gonna have to change in a coherent way, consistent way, I guess, from frame to frame. No, Grease Pencil is actually. I mean, well, I mean, if you're doing Grease Pencil and you're not going for like a 3D turntable, just render it and do the outlines in like Photoshop, Clip Studio, whatever you want to use. It's gonna be a lot better. Because the biggest issue with these it's that there's not going to be any intentionality either. Like, what if I want the outlines and the boobs to be like very thick and not everything else? You know, it's gonna be very difficult to actually be able to achieve that. And then there's a few other things that you can do. Let's say we apply this thing. You can just like, you know what? Let me move things kind of like that, and then move these here, and then let's move these here like that, and these here like that, and you can start like moving the mesh for the specific render that you're going for. Uh, but then the moment that you like start with doing the turntable, you're gonna run into issues. You can create multiple VG to control the thickness of the lines depending on the camera angle. Then you can create a few solidify modifiers to select from. It's going to be near impossible, Mira. It's going to be 1,000 times easier, if not a million times easier, to just render the thing and do the lines. Hell, even if you're doing a turntable, it will be a lot of work. It still will be less work than doing it in 3D in the actual software. But it will be better for you even if you're doing a turntable to just um, render the turntable as PNGs and draw over them, every single one of them. Add line art to every single one of them, or just a thought. And if I'm being honest with you, I think this is where we're heading, or we're gonna get there at some point. You're gonna have to use AI. Grab your turntable, feed it to whatever AI you want to feed it to, and be like, add outlines to this. That will be the easiest way for you to add outlines to a 3D model in a way that works. If you want to be if you want to be, what's the one that I'm looking for? Honest, I guess you want to do it in an honest way. Make a bunch of drawings. Feed the AI your drawings, your lines, your line work, and ask the AI to use your line work. It will still not be you making the thing, but at the very least, you will be taking samples from your own work. Also, thank you, Jordan. All of these that I'm saying, though, that is not to say that it's impossible. That is not to say that it shouldn't be done, that it shouldn't be tried. If you want to go for that, go for that. If you want to keep trying, keep trying. Don't listen to what I'm saying. The fuck do I know? I could be wrong, you know? Pick a line to the shadows and thinner on the little lead parts. The problem is that the shadows on the lead parts are always changing. Mirror. You're looking at it from the perspective of one single render, and you're applying the same logic of the one single render to the whole thing, when in reality it doesn't work like that. If you're gonna be making anime in 3D, your models are going to be in different scenes with different lightings. They're going like the camera is going to be moving. There's going to be different type of angles, and you will have to do that for every single frame, every single angle, every single scene. There's a reason why there's a reason why like Polybit said that the studio that makes Into the Spider Verse, they use an algorithm. There's a computer doing it for them. Time to give up on anime. I don't know if giving up is the exact word. I will say it's time to be more realistic. That's all. That the shadows and highlights myself, yeah, for now. I'm thinking about making webtoons. I'm not even dreaming about animation at this point. If what you want to make is webtoons, my recommendation will be to just make a quick render and then draw over it. What I mean is, we make the 3D because 5.2 sucks. Well, it's more so than even X sucks, but yeah. I don't know. I don't know if it's out already. The only thing that I know is that I won't be trying it out. That's the only thing that I know. Wasn't there that one Hebrews artist from way back in the day that always did 3D comics? Pencil Pusher? I don't remember. I don't think I knew them. telling the short version on why most Blender users go back to 3.3 instead of using the latest version, because the Blender Foundation has done nothing but basically damage the workflow that most people have in Blender. They've been breaking things in a way that it's not worth it to go through the trouble. They implemented the post like they not only implemented the post library and asset library, but they made that an integral part of the whole like of how the workflow is supposed to be in the new Blender versions. And a lot of the people they just don't care about using those type of things because you mainly want to use those type of things if you're working on a pipeline and you're working with multiple people on a project that requires different animations. So it's a great thing for a project and for a studio, but it's not good for any individual because you're not going to be making use of those things. Then we go to the sculpting part. They changed a lot of things when it comes to sculpting. Yeah, they made it a little bit better, but in return, they screwed up everything else. Brushes that are pain in the ass now. Yeah, brushes that are pain in the ass to work with and to change. Another thing they did was there's a lot of people that go into Blender because they want to do NPR, and Eevee Next is not very good for NPR. You can make it work, but it's nowhere as good as Eevee, all Eevee is. And yeah, it just doesn't have any, unless you're using cycles or geometry nodes or simulation nodes, it doesn't have any redeeming quality. How you doing, Ginger? What's up? Why are you doing that model, bro? Because people pay me for to make it. But yeah, there's just no reason. Honestly, there's no reason to use the newer versions of Blender. If you were using something older already, you know. Let me make a little bit of a distinction. If you just started using Blender now, it will be significantly better for you to keep using the new versions. Because most of the tutorials, most of the people that are going to be, the influencers of Blender, most of them are going to be using the newer versions. So if you want to learn, it's going to be a lot easier for you to learn with the newer versions because they've changed Blender so much. There's so many things that they've changed in like from the 3.3, 3.6 days to the 4 plus days. There's panels that they don't exist anymore. There's key bindings that they change by default. There's ways of doing things that they changed by default. There's nodes that they've removed. There are nodes. There's nodes that they've added. So if you're new to Blender, keep using whatever newer version you're using. If you started using, for example, like you were saying, Mike, that you're gonna stick with 4.0. If you feel that 4.0 matches your needs, and you already have a workflow and you're happy with it, stick with 4.0. To me, Blender stopped improving after early 3.x. I'm not even gonna say 3.3 because I don't remember what they added in 3.3. 3.3 was the last time that I actually updated. I have tried different versions. I tried 3.6. 3.6 didn't add anything new, so I just stayed with 3.3. I believe they changed a couple of things in 3.6. Nothing too big. It's just like, minor nitpicks. And I tried 4.0 and I've tried 4.2 and 4.5 and 5.2. And the only reason why I've tried them is because, well, I stream. Yeah, I stream and people ask me questions. The new versions feel they messed up alpha and transparency renders in Eevee. They didn't mess it up. They messed up Eevee because Eevee doesn't exist anymore. Now it's Eevee Next, which is cycles from Teemo. Because some people were crying about global illumination, wanting global illumination, so they added crappy global illumination into Eevee. Well, not added. They made a new engine because they couldn't figure out how to add it to the old Eevee. They made a new Eevee, which is Eevee Next, and they fucked things up. Is it a commission? You could. I mean, you could say that it is. I don't know. It's for Patreon. My patrons wanted a tough model, so I'm making a tough model. Uh, you open a new version of suddenly the note you've always gone is you've always used is gone. Dude, there was this one time that I move. Oh, I remember why I didn't swap to 3.6. It's because in 3.6 they added they changed the mix node, and they split the mix node into mix vector, mix what's the blue one? Value? I don't know. And then mix RGB. They split them. So I migrated my like I was working on something in 3.3, 3.6 like I moved to 3.6. I jump into 3.6. I worked on 3.6 for a few hours. I saved the project. I go back to 3.3 because I didn't like the way the 3.6 was working, and all my shaders were broken. I don't speak Russian, Maxim. So yeah, I remember why I went back to 3.3. Is that nice boobas? Okay. Sadly, I mean, I can't make them bigger. Oh, this is probably gonna be super heavy. Oh, let me save. The Return of the Art Stream? No. Like I suppose, like I've said this a few times, but I just want to remind people, I'm not back to making 3D streams, like to be in a 3D stream channel. I'm gonna be streaming whatever I feel like streaming. Sometimes it's gonna be games, sometimes might be videos, sometimes might be reacting, sometimes might be 3D. You know, sometimes it might be both. Sometimes we might do 3D and gaming. Sometimes we might do gaming and then 3D. It depends on the time of the month and how much work I have to do. I just want to remind people that, yeah, this is pretty much just going to be like a variety channel now. Because I can't do 3D every single stream. Riot streaming live with a GVV tournament, which means karaoke streams. No, I don't think we're gonna do karaoke streams. All right, you have a good night, Mike. I'll see you later. Stay safe. There we go. Boobs. They're bigger now. I might actually do a version of these and then ask patrons which one they want. One thing that I want to make really clear, PS5 chat, it's that what I'm saying is from their perspective of someone that's been using Blender for a few years now, and someone that thinks Blender stopped improving after 3.3. That is a very important distinction to keep in mind, as opposed to, like, you know, when compared to the experience that you might have. If you have no experience with 3.3 or Blender prior 4.5 or 5.2 or whatever, what I'm saying has no relevance for you, right? Something to keep in mind. If you want me to be completely honest and objective as to what I think will be the best thing that you can do, depending on the setup that you have, if you have a slower PC, sculpting in the new versions will be better because sculpting it's in fact a little bit faster in the newer versions. So if you have a potato PC, yeah, using the newer versions of Blender might be beneficial to you. Uh, if you have a potato GPU, you might want to render in EVNX. No, I'm sorry, on Eevee, in all Eevee, depending on how impatient you are. And then if you want realistic lighting, realistic shadows and stuff like that, um, I wouldn't bother using 3.3 or 3.6 or 4.4 or EVNX or Eevee or EVNX. It doesn't really matter. Go for cycles. Bev will never wear a bra. That's because she's blind. Well, she's not wearing a bra. It's just that if this was off, probably Twitch will have issues with that. You know, Twitch will probably have issues with the fact that she might be raw dogging it. I know YouTube does. I'm fairly confident that I'm going to get a notification after the stream is over that hey, your stream has been limited because of like sexual content. Ooh. Yeah. Momo still had fun though. Momo. Mhm. El stream. ¿Lo apagué? Ahí está. Momo. All right, sorry. I was petting my cat. Momo, you have to let me see. You can't be there. All right, back to work. One thing that I will give to EvenX is that compiling doesn't happen at EvenX. Hey, Mogiko, how you doing? Yeah, it sucks. What happened? Nothing. It just sucks. I got tired of the way that EvenX works and like the issues with transparency and uh yeah. That was basically it, you know? Like, let me see if I can get the a side by side comparison between the. They're not exactly like they're not the same shader, but I just feel it looks better. There you go. uh, never mind, right? Yeah, it looks really washed out. It's the way that light functions too. So let me show you something, right? You see how the hair has quote unquote global illumination. It's not really global illumination. It's just extra lights that I'm adding that make it look better. The problem is lights work different in Even X, so getting those things to work is a little bit trickier, and it works in a different way. So I have way more control over the type of global illumination and stylization that I want to get in Eevee, in all Eevee, versus Even X. Yeah, cycles from Teemo. Yes. So yeah. Um, I'm not going back to 5.2. I'm gonna keep working on 3.3. Also, sculpting is so much better. In 3.3 versus 5.2, the brushes feel so much better. Yeah, sculpting is a little bit faster, but it's not worth it. Let's check something here. The new array modifier in 5.2. No, I didn't have a reason to do it. What's new about it? It breaks for me sometimes and says I don't have a curve when I have a curve. Oh, look at that. Lens are breaking. Well, look at that. But no, I didn't try the array modifier. Again, I didn't have a reason to do it. Usually I try to avoid having to use the array modifier because it's a pain in the ass. Um, it's a pain in the ass to work with it. I don't like it. It breaks so easily, and there's so many things that you can do with it that can go wrong. Not to mention that the deformations sometimes are not ideal. So I try to avoid having to use it. I'll use it if I have to, and at times, honestly, I think I kind of, well, I mean, you can't do this because you don't have ZBrush, but at times I just prefer using ZBrush for that. They made it so you don't need to add a curve modifier, and the deformations are a lot better, but it breaks for me sometimes. It is possible that you maybe are doing something wrong. I don't know. I wouldn't know. Like, I'm not too well versed to begin with, you know, with the array modifier and curves. With the legacy array modifier but breaks with new one, then it is possible. I mean, dude, it wouldn't be the first time that the Blender Foundations releases Blender in a state that is broken. And it will definitely not be the last time. So it is also very possible that it's just broken, you know? During the sincere water shaders, I think those are more like I think we need to mix them with like uh displacement maps and stuff. I don't know. I'm not trying to make a good water shader or rock shader or nothing shader, really. I'm just trying to get something going. Like I don't know what I'm going for right now. So I'm just kind of like, you know, throwing, let's say, pasta at the wall and see, you know, seeing what sticks. And you being so low energy. I have been sleeping like crap, dude. Like thankfully the heat wave's over. It's still a little bit hot. Nothing too crazy, but I'm still sleeping like crap. I hope to be able to sleep soon. All right, so what's happening here? Oh, I think I know what's happening. That's stupid. I'm stupid. That's what's happening. So it's night thinking animal. It'll be 96 today. I think it's like 80 something today. Three. Yeah, 86 was the peak for today. And it's gonna be around 86 and 90 for the next couple of days. And then it's gonna be lowering down and then going back up to 86, 90. Do I have like two meshes here? Why is this? Oh, it's because of Solidify. I'm telling you, dude. Sometimes I'm extra stupid. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, I think that that's more like, yeah, this is more what I'm going for. Ah, look at how bad it breaks. Oh, it's because this is close. Yeah, I think I'll maybe I'm gonna have to maybe like add more stuff to it. Hold up, let me because I believe that I actually saved the stones that I made. The real question is how big is that cylinder? Because I know you're making models hella huge. This is not that big. And even though I make my models hella huge, they have to like the scale that I use. They're extremely small for what they need to be for printing. Oh, it's not gonna let me, right? It's fuck. I think it's not gonna let me copy and paste this, right? Right? Yeah, it's not gonna. Yeah, I'm just gonna export rocks. But yeah, this is not like that big. Let me add to Sen. There you go. That's a Sen. I don't know what you want me to tell you. Hey, how you doing, PM? What's up? I'm doing fine. Be a lot better next week when it's not hot. You need to buy phone. What are you gonna buy? What you gonna buy? What you gonna buy? A Pokeball? A Pokeball. Never had one of those. I've seen quite a few of those here. Like quite a few of those places here, but I've never had one of those. I'm not sure why this is happening. There's an easy fix for it, dude. You did an excellent job on the muscles. Is it all sculpted? Yes. Is there any specific Euritopo that helps keeping that definition? No. I don't really do so Retopo. I don't like the idea of doing Retopo. At least not anymore. There was a time that I did that I would do Retopo. Like I would try to keep in mind the details that I was gonna go for when I was doing Retopo. But eventually, I kind of decided that it was a waste of time because there was no actual need for me to do something like that. You know. Why is this not no, oh. Why is this not working? It should be working. Hello? Am I tripping? Oh. 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 I see. Right. Hopefully it made sense. Like my answer, I mean. If the retopo is sedative enough, then just wraps up around nicely around the scalp. So I use a specific brush to sculpt, which is why, like, sometimes I don't like to say that I sculpt because I don't think I really. When I think of sculpting, I think of people using these brush, right? Like these type of brushes, and being like, oh, let me like add more sculpt, more details here. And now look at that, she's prego, you know. And then they smooth it out and whatever, right? I don't really use that brush. I don't really use like clay buildup or like the standard brush. I for the most part I use the crease brush, and the crease brush it allows me to uh add the detail that I want. So yeah, and the crease brush in Blender you can set it up so it has enough pinching that it forces the topology to fall into place. Let me give you an example of that, right? Let me go back a little bit because I kind of like what I had going on. If I enable wireframe, for example, then I do these. You see how the topology is falling into place? Even though I'm going diagonally, right? Even though I'm going against the prefer flow of the topology, it's still kind of like trying as much as it can to concentrate it where the crease is happening. So yeah, you know, this model for reference, this body is 500,000 polygons, 525,000. And then the face is a little bit more. It's well, it's 580,000, but that's mainly because I was too lazy to do retopo because I could have done retopo for these. I just didn't want to. Hell, I could send it over to ZBrush and be like, "Hey, zero mesh that thing," and then add the detail that I need. But I don't need to. How you doing, Fire King? What's up? Wee. Hey, what is this thing? Medium point? Global? All transforms? Uh-oh. Do I have a beefy PC? I suppose I have a slightly beefy PC. It's not too strong. I do have a, what was the name of the, I always forget the name of my CPU. Hold up. Right. So I have my CPU is a AMD Ryzen 9 7950X3D. That's the CPU that I have. I have, I think it's 64 gigs of RAM. Um, I have a 4080. I think that's all the specs that you need, right? And why is this like that? The fuck? Yeah. And I built it specifically for 3D. All right. So why am I losing? Hold up. Why am I losing this? Yeah, like it's going away, and I don't know why. I guess I'll have to wait to buy a new PC if I want to do any remotely serious project in Blender. No, you don't have to. Like I've been doing Blender for a while, and you know when I started using Blender, I had a 1060, and I had a crappy CPU. So I don't think you have to. And I also have, I think it was like 60 gigs of RAM. So I don't think you have to. The fuck is happening? Why is this not showing? Why on earth is this not? I'm baffled, dude. It's not showing. Why? There's no shape key here. Polygon. Go for hashed. Okay, hashed is showing. So it is a problem with transparency. Hey, how you doing? Korean name I can't read. What's up? You're working on new models and not finishing not ones, learning a lot each time? Yeah, that's fine. Probably the way they want to go about it. Hey, there we go. Okay, now I know what the problem was. It was these specific thing. This cylinder that I have here that I was causing issues. There we go. Can't really catch your streams live due to my schedule, but I got lucky today. I was enjoying your content. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. For the most part, I always try to stream at around this time. And it is my plan to try to do my best to be streaming around this time. So, yeah, just in case you have the chance again. Uh, like I don't know if YouTube sends out notifications for when I go live. If you want notifications, you could try following me on Twitch and then checking the notifications there. And then if I'm going live to Twitch, I'm most likely going live to YouTube. For the past couple of days, I haven't been live to YouTube. I've been streaming every day on Twitch, but kind of feel lazy. But I guess one very important thing to keep in mind is the fact that I'm not always going to be doing 3D. So, you know, just something to keep in mind. Um, okay, I need to fix something here with the skin. Let me add a diffuse, add a shader, add a these. That's it, right? If you ever like see me live and you have questions about 3D, you want to talk about 3D or whatever, and I'm not doing 3D, you can talk about 3D and ask me questions if you want. If I'm playing games, I don't mind. I don't remember how to do this. Hold up. It's been a while since I added particles to these. Oh fuck. Fuck. Where the fuck is the cube? All right, so how do I? I forgot. I completely forgot how to. Oh, there we go. Okay, we go. We're having the same. Oh no, no, we don't have the same problem now. Is that now we just have to move these up? I think. There we go. And I have to do something. Yeah. All right, something's casting shadows here. No shadows. All right, this sucks. Like it looks great here. Oops. Then when once we get here, it doesn't look as good. Suppose it can work. Another thing I could do is just make it so it's, for example, if I make it so it's maybe 0.6 here, right? We go like this, add a keyframe to that. Then we want to go maybe 0.2 here, right? That way, then we go back to, yeah. Yeah, it's struggling now. All right. What I'm gonna do now is this, right? So now you guys are gonna be fireflies or whatever the hell this is. Hide. And this is gonna be, call it mist. I don't know. And hide it. Now these are gonna be the rocks. All right, now it's not struggling anymore. Oh, okay. So I probably want to set it up to 0.6 here as well. And as we move it back, still struggling. Yeah, maybe once we get to this point, we want to go to again. Right, great. Cool. When you get the chance, can you show me your avatar toggles again so I can show Mrs. Vicious? Oh, okay. I mean, but like, what toggles you talking about? Because if you're talking the like the hand, the squish, I think I turned that off. I can turn it on again. But I mean, it has a few, right? So we have I believe it's like control one. See, right? We can have googly eyes, right? Can be crying, can be sad. You know. And then I believe the other one is like shift one, right? I'm dead. I'm bold. Oh, this is great. This one's great. Yeah. Mira el stream. All right, that's loading. Now there's this one. We can do like long neck and bolt. Loading. And I think there we go. See, now the tablet goes away. And if I want a controller, now there's a controller. Oh, it crashed. Ha ha ha. You wanna know what's funny? That it crashed? Because I was turning off the render view. Doesn't matter. Didn't lose anything. Okay, I'll be right back real quick. Hey, how you doing, Eros? Oh, thank you. That's what the whole thing looks like. I mean, of course, I will have to remove the black censoring, but you know. Been practicing even spent most, if not all day, learning about sculpting, modeling, and poly modeling. I don't think that's, dude. Call me crazy, and maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't think that that's. I just don't think that that works. Very well may be wrong though. Hmm? No, porque tengo que poner a alguien más de la cuenta de Discord. Alguien más de la cuenta de Discord que está ofreciendo bitcoins y vaina. All right, sorry about that. I it was someone on my Discord server that got their account hacked. So yeah, I am a very visual learner, and we all aren't we all? Isn't that the reason why we're doing art? It's because we're visual learners. You missed it. Oh no, it wasn't a. I don't know. It wasn't a Discord server. I didn't ban anybody here. I banned somebody in the Discord server because they got their account hacked, and they were. I guess they were like advertising at Discord for Bitcoin or something like that. I don't know. Look, dude, what I meant was, Eros, is that I've been doing this for a long time. You know, I've been in the quote unquote art world, if you want to call it that, for 17 years. And I'll be generous and I'll say 90% of the times, but honestly, I believe it's close to 100% of the times. Anybody that's learning how to do art, be 2D, 3D, anytime that they go hard on learning specific aspects of art, all it all I've seen that it does to them, it slow down their progress and making it so they make stiff art. I don't know if that makes sense. There's no flow. There's no. It's just stiff. Stiff doesn't have any like emotion to it. It doesn't have any personality to it. Maybe you're the exception to the rule. I just wanted to explain why I said that. It's because 9 out of 10 times, that's what I've seen. And to this day, I still see that. Now, you might be wondering, like, okay, so if you're saying that Steve Haswell, it's Steve, like they're following a guide, like they're following a rule, like they're trying to fit something within specific parameters that they've learned that they shouldn't have learned. Mm. You know, like they didn't have enough room to do the thing that they actually wanted to do. And those are like self imposed cages that people oftentimes put themselves into because they're trying to approach these as if it was something that you need to study when you're learning. Study is using something that you need to get into when you're learning. Mind you, I don't know where you're at. For all I know, you're like a maestro already. You know, for all I know, you're hella good already. I just want to explain for anybody that else that might be, listen to me jab, to my jabbing, so they understand where I come from. Um, I also want to understand what I'm going to. I lost my train of thought. Um. Okay. Anyway, I lost it. Hopefully, it made sense what I said. Back at my old work. I look back at my old work. I feel like there was more freedom in my lines as opposed to now that I know better anatomy, and it's getting hard to try to capture that flow I have when I knew less. And the reason why you're going through that tension, and I know you know this, but I'm saying this for other people. The reason you're in that place now is because now you have the knowledge that X needs to fit inside Y. So you're trying to go for that role that you have now engraved in your brain, and that is making you struggle. I've been like I've fallen into that pit as well. Great adherence to the way that someone teaches or have taught. I get that, but I am learning from no. So like what I'm trying to say, I my opinion is that the best way to approach learning art it's to not try to study it. It's to just do it because you want to have fun with it, and because you're gonna be doing things. It doesn't matter if it comes up wrong. But having them the mind open enough to like, okay, eventually I'm going to become better. But anytime that you try to become better within a specific amount of time, when it comes to art, most of the times it always leads to burnout and it always leads to slower progress. Too many inexperienced artists jump into anatomy too early. Anatomy is only to help you understand what you're seeing, not for you to make an anatomical drawing every time. Yeah. And let me now explain the other side of it. I'm not saying that studying specific parts of the process of the artistical process is wrong. I'm just saying that you should get into those things once you are experienced enough. Like you should have that mindset once you're experienced enough. I don't know where you're at, Eros. Again, for all I know, you're a maestro, right? I'm just saying this for anybody that might be listening to me jab. Yeah, just something to keep in mind. It's not something that you need to follow. It's not something that you need to change right now. It's just something to keep in mind in case that at some point you get to a point. Just in case in some moment you get to a point in which, like, maybe like I feel like I'm struggling too much. I feel like I'm getting too frustrated, and then maybe you can remember the words that I said, and it's like, oh, right, this happens. Art is bad. Okay, is joke. I don't get the joke. Barking. Do you want to explain it? Hmm. Also, I'm eating a cupcake. Yeah, like Volibits is saying, don't skip the draw for fun stage of learning art. That's actually the the part where you learn the most. Now, the other reason why I said those things is because you're not meant to study sculpt. You're not meant to study. Most people, you're not supposed to do that. Um, hold on. Let me use the same. Yeah, my wife went to her parents' house and she always makes a cupcake. I don't know why. I think my mother-in-law buys them. I don't know. Um, what was the exact word you used? Being practicing, even spent most, if not all day, learning about sculpting, modeling, and poly modeling. So, sculpting, it's not something that you're supposed to learn about. At least not by. Yeah, sculpting is something that you're meant to just practice because it's fun because you do it over and over and over again. Um, now poly modeling and modeling, those are like two different those are two different workflows. Sculpting, poly modeling, and modeling are three different workflows that ideally you're going to become good at one of them and you're just gonna know about two of the other two. In most cases, learning about all three at the same time, or learning about all three at the same time, or like improving or practicing all three at the same time, it's something that is only going to slow you down. Anyway, how you been, Sanchez? Look, Sanchez, apps. Oh boy, what I fucked up. Hey, busy. I got three events happening the next weekend. Uh, Three events happening next weekend. Weekends aren't weekends like 2 days long? ah, that sounds like fun. Yeah. Hey, look at the bright side, right? You're not gonna be losing hair about it, right? 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 I need to make some belly button normal or those stencil for them. Uh, I guess. I don't. I usually don't fuck with normal. I have no reason to fuck with normals. Also, why belly buttons? Isn't that something that should just like be on the base mesh and then you just bake it? I'm confused. mine always end up looking strange. I mean, but that's fine. Nobody should be looking at the belly buttons of your models. And if you there's someone that does, you don't need those people in your life. Ooh, fuck! I'm May I make a suggestion for the texture for an alt? Right? I mean, I think you mean that's the type, right? You mean alt, right? If so, yeah, go ahead. Something simple, black lipstick. Uh I mean, I know what you're going for, and I thought about it like a few moments ago, right? I was looking at it, I was like, huh. Like when I was making this mask, I was like, like a god version, but nah. I think the god, like a god version in a nonsense, kind of like no, you know. And also, if we're gonna go for a god version, might as well go the whole way. Add a few tats, a few piercings here and there. It just fits her. Uh, this might be just me. I just can't like I can't separate black lipstick from goth. Oh well, like I don't really consume fan art of. I mean, in general, really, no, I don't do it. So I haven't seen a lot of like. There's a lot of things that I haven't seen. Um, but I mean, we can. Nani? Well, yeah, Sanchez, dude, like best of lucks with your upcoming weekend. Sounds like you're gonna have a lot of fun. Do you have helpers? 32 of them. You have your whole ass company. Sanchez Inc. Add stretch? Yeah, sure. Hold up. Give me a moment. Ugh. Ugh. Momo, what happened? Although my cat's going crazy. Um. Okay, yeah, Momo, sweetie. I'm working. I can't have you there right now. I'm sorry. I'm so What do you think I'm gonna do? What do you think I'm going for right now, Fark? Like, why do you think that I name? I suppose you can't see it, but hold on, let me move me. Alright, what do you think that I named these god? Momo. Um, Momo, your tail can, dude. My cat decided that she wants to be needed right now. Momo, sweetie. Hold up. There we go. Hopefully that's enough. Nope, that's not enough. Momo. Hold up. Yeah, she's being very needy. She wants pets, basically. If you hear that, um, yeah, she's one of those cats that likes the booty spanks. Okay, Momo, no, enough. Let's go. Nope, she's back. And I mean, if we're gonna make her like God, I think she needs to be a little bit paler. Hold up, let me make a dupe of that. Ooh, Momo, careful. There you go. Momo. Let's hope my cat leaves me alone for a moment. Is this supposed to be cloth? I never watched Avatar, so I don't like. I don't know. I don't know much about this character. If this is this supposed to be cloth, like this thing right here? Trunk, out, blind. Oh, it's cloth. Okay, thank you. And in that case, let's clothify it. I'll be there forever. I need to try and make my Lakimakura face again. Trying to get cloth falls was annoying. I think I told you this before. But I think the best thing that you can do is to just keep making new stuff every time. Oh, okay. Who I thought that I had met an oopsie. I met you. You know, like I gain nothing from you doing things one way or another. I'm just saying. Since like oftentimes you struggle is not the word that I'm looking for, but it's the word that I'm gonna use now. You know, but yeah, I usually hear you talk about how you're struggling with X, Y, and Z, and struggle is not necessarily a good thing to go through. But again, you do you. Do things whichever way you want to do them. I'm just saying, in case. What I'm saying is usual. If it's not, then it doesn't matter. If it's not usual, then maybe it's usual for somebody else. Apa? Hmm? We. Chemistry. Are you done migrating her to 3.3, or you still have stuff to do? No, I think I'm done. The last thing that I migrated from 3.3 was the rugs. Um, but I think we're good to go. And then I also added like these rugs. They are not gonna be part of the base because I think that will be a little bit too much. Um, but yeah, I think now she's actually done. I'm like there's just small like little things that I'm trying to fix and move around stuff like that. Like for example, this thumb. I have forgotten that I made it too short, so now I'm making it longer. Um, and then the other thing that I'm gonna do is, this still has a surface form. Yeah, yeah. The other thing that I'm gonna do is to make the boobs bigger and ask patrons what they want. If they want them, I mean, they're most likely gonna say yeah, bigger, right? Like let's not kid ourselves. They're definitely gonna be like yeah, 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 make them bigger. Because I do feel like they lost a little bit of size. But but yeah, for now I'm gonna keep it as a shape key, and then ask what they want. Although honestly, looking at it, yeah, I think I'm okay with these, which means that they're probably gonna want them a little bit bigger. Luckily, we can do these next one too. The problem is that then now they're like clipping together, and that's always a pain in the ass. That's always a problem. So hold up, gonna make this shape key again. Why is that emote so distorted? Oh boy. There we go. Magic juice. fuck, dude? My blender's being funny right now. It's kind of icky. Yeah, it turned out okay. I'm not too sold yet. You know, I'll let you know later. Actually, that doesn't look too bad. I really need to. I really need to get rid of those key bindings. Let's see how I can fake. If I can fake more, like the skin to be a little bit shinier. I might need to check Matsumoto's shader just to see what I did there. I'm not opening that file here though, because yeah, not a good idea. This makes it look slightly shinier. So what if we place this here? Mm, okay, there we go. That's closer to what I want. Hey, let's go. Yeah. Honey, I wanna hear. Whoa. Okay, I'm gonna need to go for normalize now. You know, in the show, she calls herself Melon Lord. Now she has melons. I mean, in the movie, they kind of gave her some melons, I guess. Like these here. Okay, maybe it doesn't go there. Really? Yeah, it should go there. Oh, okay, it goes here as well. Right, so it goes here. And it goes there. Okay. Okay, now I don't understand why these looks this crappy now. I know how to fix it, but all right. Oh fuck, my legs. Where's the lens distortion? I think I need to. Whoa! Oh boy. Fuck. All right, we made it work. Congratulations, guys. You did it. We did it. Good stuff. Okay. Okay. Right. So now let me see. I'm gonna save. Right. So we're gonna save. Yes. And we went from 100 megabytes to almost half a gig, 462 megabytes. Great. Well, you know what I haven't even done yet? I haven't added Rimlight. This will be this is one of those things that like 4 point like even X does have like a few good things. Light linking, for example, is one of them. If I had the ability to access light linking, um, I could improve this piece, but I can't have both. Right? I can't have these shaders and also light linking at the same time because life is cruel. Hydrate, thank you, Zeus. You need to mess around with rugs more. Yeah, look at that. Whew. All right, I think that's gonna be it for the 3D model part of the stream. I'm not gonna be streaming for too long, but I'm gonna go ahead and like do some dailies for some of the gadget games I play. That said, though, if anybody has questions about 3D or anything really, feel free to speak your mind. Da, da, da. Oh. It really sucks dude, that I can't share the music that I'm listening to uh, with the stream because YouTube then will be like, oh, no, no, this is copyrighted. Because for whatever reason, I can't make it so the music track is removed from the YouTube stream, the YouTube side of the stream. It's removed from the Twitch side of the stream. What's up, Zeus? Zeus, look at this.
いらっしゃいませ。コーヒーはいかがですか？館長、承認を待っている制作があります。ご検討お願いします。
Why isn't the Barisa playable? I know, right? Maybe someday. You know what the saddest part is, Polybeats, that I can't bring her back. We can't bring her back. Hold up, maybe in the archives. No, we can't bring her back. Well, tomorrow. Right. That puzzle will be risky if this wasn't a game. Yeah. I mean, people have drawn worse things in the art category. Let's be honest. Way worse. Should have seen the outfit. Yeah, exactly. Polybeats was yeah, it was the Resident Evil Summer Edition. Skimpy Summer Edition. You could say that it was a very conservative Brazilian bikini, what she was wearing, right? A very conservative Brazilian bikini. Oh, wait, today? Oh. I was out today when I woke up because Momo ran out of food, so I had to go buy food for Momo. And that always turns into like a 2-hour event because then my wife wants to check a few stores that are along the way. We also have to stop by the supermarket and buy some things that we're low on. And, you know, since we're out, might as well go to Popeye because we have a Popeye nearby. Oh, you're leaving, Zeus? Alright, goodbye. Bye-bye. Atane. See ya later. Yeah, anytime. Don't worry about it. We'll be back tomorrow. We might have one more 3D stream. Because I still need to wrap up with Janabi, whatever her name is. The pink hair lady. I'm just saying this to the stream, not to you specifically, Zeus. I don't know how much you're into the 3D streams, or how much you are into the Sinless and Serious streams, or the Chaos or Number streams, or the streams in general. I'm just, you know, I'm just jabbing at this point. Don't mind me. Bye bye.
どうかしら。悪くないわね。悲鳴をあげなさい。みんなよろしくね。溢れ出せ。逃げ道なんか元気が出ましたか。隙をついて
元気出てましたか？
踊って存分に飴じゃないけどあげる。あがいた店だ。まとめて縛ってあげるわ。悲鳴を
Halfway through my prep, all parts are split. Now I got a key. Ah, but key's easy. Come on.
あなたの
You got it.
息絶えてないわね。果たしてこれでよかったのかしら。
It'd be nice if we could stream that part of the process, Polybeats.
どうかしら。
But sadly, we can't. Number one, the type of models we make. Number two, I don't think being distracted when we're doing that is a good idea.
さあみんなよろしくね。慎重。弓の名手の隙をついて。元気が出ましたか。さあ弓の今がチャンス。一気に仕留めるよ。元気が出ましたか。逃げ道の
It's happened before, dudes. Like one time I tried to it wasn't on stream. I was doing something else. I think I was talking with a few friends. I don't know. I don't remember. But I fucked up and I had to like I lost like I don't know, like an hour of work.
存分飴じゃないけれどあげ踊ってまとめて縛ってあげる。悲鳴をあげなさい。元気が出ましたか。まとめて縛ってあげるわ。みんな無事でよかった。
Hmm. It really does. Right. Down with that. But this is done. This is done, right? This is done. And it is a bit of a whoa. I mean, there's a few of those. Hold up, let me see. How are my stunks doing? How are my... Oh, there we go. They're up 6%. This one's down 31%. Should I hold? Is real accuracy heal assets according to your support strategy? Sure. I don't know what that means and what we're gonna do, but sure. I think that's the worst one so far. I mean wallpaper. I think that's the worst wallpaper they've made because the other one that it's kind of close to it is it's probably where's that? Daniel, where you at? Daniel. I think it's this one. Yeah, the Christmas one. This one is just cute. I don't think I don't think this one's too bad. What was it gonna do? I'm losing my train of thought cause I'm tired as fuck. Now let's change the chapter. We want to... Yeah, we want to go for this one. For now. Any booba jump scare? Like, for wallpapers? I don't think so. Let's see. What do we have here? There's, So there's this one, there's booty, this is cute, this one's cute. No. I mean, there's this one, I guess. There's this one, I guess. Yeah, not really. Because, like, if you look at the, yeah, they have just been getting worse. They used to be cutesy. You know? They used to be cutesy, but now it's a boom. And boom. They's lagging. They'll get there. I'm confident that there's going to be a point that I'm not going to be able to stream this game. Much like Brown does too. Neutral legendary card. Let's go for these. Alright, dude. You have fun touching grass. I'll see you later. Stay safe. Bye-bye. Yeah, tomorrow. Can you turn around the pieces of equipment? Yes, please. Fuck, dude, my lights just went up. The fuck? They turned out. I don't know. That was weird. My light turned off. Well, distract. Distract. Get me money. Okay, what do we have here? Oh, I should have bought this card. The card that was right here. I should have bought that one. Unlucky. No, I don't want to buy that just yet. No. 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 Let's remove one card. Yeah. Revival, select and remove one card. Playing, let's go. No. For the time being, I'm not gonna risk it. When Chills came to an ability, 3% critical chance to attack cards for one turn. Now. When attack, yeah, let's go for this one for the time being. Obtain money. Upon success, decrease all combatant stress. Event. Gladiators. Hell, gladiator. Give me this.
い
らっしゃい。
じゃじゃーん。お待ちどうさま。今日のベストチョイス。新しい品ですか？新しい品ですか？もちろん。新しい品ですか？もちろん。新しい品ですか？また来てくださいね。
Oh no, I didn't want to get the car. Oh well, I got it. It is what it is. Selecting litigate against one epiphany one time increases all combat stress. Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3. I think we're missing one, so let's go for these. She already done with the epiphanies? What the fuck? Yeah, no idea when I got them all. I didn't even pay attention to it. Go for these. This one, refresh. There we go. We want to keep this one. At start of the turn, 30 Serene enable when a harmful effect is applied through an ability. 5-0 in. Yeah. Yeah, so far we're doing fine. Move all cards in hand to draw a pile. And draw for each move, apply initiation. Ah. This card will be good. Yeah, let's use it for now. I mean, we're not really using it, but... And we want to do this one. On critical hit, 50% chance to walk on agony. Ah, dude, this will be good. I don't know. Let's use it for now. See how it goes. How's the new redhead been treating you? She's been fun. You know, at first she felt a little bit weird, but after trying the ranking last night and doing, you know, some other pieces of content, I really like her. I honestly think right now she's my favorite character to play. Hey, we got this guy. Please give me the gun. Please give me the gun. Give me the gun. Give me the gun, please. Sure. Let's go for this. Equipment. Gun. Let's fucking go. Alright. Seems like this is gonna be the new set that I'm gonna be using for her. Which is great. I wonder. Yeah, sure. Let's go for these. Let's get things going. We want to... Let's go for these. Oh, no. 1 fracture amplification for 1 turn, 80% damage amount to this unit, and when allies defeat an enemy during that turn, transfer fracture of that target to a random enemy. This card could be good, especially because it has gain AP. But I do not like that. Oof. Let's see. I'll have to play around with that card. What is this again? 60% fixed shield. But yeah, she's been fun. Mental Predator Ravage. Okay. Damage to next. Oh, that's cool. That's a cute card. No, nothing to remove. Alright. I don't know. Let me get a second opinion on these. Right, so Arabella. So what do we have here? Right, so it's gonna be, where's that one? Well, enemies fracture amplification. It's this one, right? For AoE scenarios, this can be the best option as it allows for extreme efficiency on fracture and high amounts to be applied until, however, it will be lackluster in scenarios without AoE. Okay, yeah, so for my purpose, or for the thing that I want to do right now, I think that one is the best card that I can go for. So it's not too bad. I just wanted to read exactly how people say that it works. Because normally I like the upgrade. Simulacrum Echo Weaken when it is before the target has acted, decrease action count by 2 and add. The translation for this game is rough. Either that or I'm having a stroke. No. Wait, is it toast or smoke? Oh no, if you have like brain cancer, right? If you have a tumor in your brain, then it's possible that, you smell smoke when there's no smoke, right? Was that I don't know. Was that the one? I wouldn't mind if I got some epiphanies game. Please. Survival select cards, 1 epiphany. Yes, please. Scorch to all enemies. I think I'm gonna go for this one for now. Although damage 3 fracture to all enemies. These could also be good. Draw 2 cards of this unit. Yeah. Let's go for this one. Equipment, Wizard Real Bait. What is this? When an allied side card is activated, 100%. Nope. Come on, game. I still need 2 more epiphanies. Please, give them to me. We're good with you, right? Level 3, yeah. Okay. And I didn't... Great. I don't think I need any other item. Mochiro. This is fixed shield. Do I still need 2 epiphanies? I need, yeah, I need these 2. And it doesn't seem like I'm gonna get them. Let's continue. One of them is gonna go crazy. Please? There we go. Tenacity, add 1 hit for each fracture inflicted by this maximum. Okay, that's one of the 2 that we need. So that's great. I don't know why I keep trying to like, oh, okay, but something that I should have been doing was removing cards that haven't gotten any epiphany. That way, well, that way I lower the chance of getting that epiphany. Or getting an epiphany that is not the one that I want. Alright. Let's continue. Skip. I kind of have to pray that that we get an epiphany here. Dude, the booba squish, the booba like squish. I don't know what you want to call that. The hugging of the booba kind of weirds me out a little bit. The way that it's done. Okay, we didn't get an epiphany. Yay! Well, that's great. Alright. Unlucky. I'm gonna have to use edits. All right, let's give that data a go. See if we can do any better. Can I do just one side? I would like to not have to do the first side, the first side again. Alright, this is the new one. Right? Which means that we want to copy one more card. And then delete the other card. Not delete, I'm sorry. Before duping the card, of course, we're gonna go apply unique epiphany to this one, and it's gonna be where's the vulnerability one? Max 5. I thought there wasn't a vulnerability one. Hold up, am I? Because I got it. Oh, we draw one card. So it's this one. And I have to confirm it. And then the other one is that I need Divine Epiphany to this one. No. Divine Epiphany to this one. Harmonization to a Phoenix Turn. No. Apply. No. Move to. No. Can we get vulnerability, please? Oh, look. Dude, if this costs 0, that could also be good. I'm gonna try like that. And now we're gonna duplicate this one, right? Question mark. We need to add do both these one. Also, looking at these, I do nothing with these. Like these is used by itself, but I really don't do anything with this thing. Aid equipment. If I was to add a common equipment, what do we have here that I can use? What does this mean? Damage reduction. I'm not discarding any card. If I was discarding a card, that'd be great, but I'm not playing here with Nia. These we already have on one of the characters. Have a good rest of your stream, Rush. I need to take a nap. Yeah, enjoy your nap, Vicious. I'll see you later. Thank you so much for being here. I'll see you later tomorrow, maybe. Stay safe. I don't have much left on the stream anyway. My best to the wife. All right. Yeah, like I'm not. Might as well just keep using that. What do we have here for you? We also have the triangle. And what do we have for you? We have the cube. So that's about the only thing that we can use. So, all right. Let's add. Let's corrupt it. No. When 5 cards of these units are exhausted, no. 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 Dude. I hate these. No. Start the when the account is dead. Discarded. Come on, dude. Just give me something decent. Instead of return increases damage amount of the next deck card. It's fuck. Sure. Whatever. I hate these. I hate rolling for that. Can I just do like side 2? I don't want to do side 1. A previous Vanguard clear record remains, so the run will begin from the reward. Okay. Yes. There we go. That's great. Did I actually equip it? Hold up. Fuck no. I know. I didn't do it. I need to go get out. Escape. I didn't equip the actual data that I was gonna use. Confirm. This one. Alright, let's go. Alright, so these for one turn, right? 80% damage amount. 1 fracture amplification. When fracture inflicted by allies, activate 1 fracture at the target, and if there is only 1 enemy, 2 fracture increase. Okay. For 1 turn, when allies defeat the enemy during that turn, transfer fracture of that target to a random enemy. So in this case, where am I supposed to place these? Right? Suppose you will have to be on this one. Right? So, let's see. The blind on this one doesn't really matter too much. Go for these. Draw 2 cards. Go for these. And then oh, I'm just suffering now. I'm gonna have to do 1, 2. Dude, so now the annoying thing is that I don't have character amplification. That's the one thing that I don't like about this character at the moment. Go for these. Oh my god, dude, this is gonna hurt. Will I kill them? Let's hope I can kill them. Oh. Oh? There we go. Saved. Ooh. Alright, damage and activate fracture. So we probably want to go for these first. Uh-oh. That went well. Alright, so I just spent a bunch of items on something that I didn't need to. Okay, well, that's great. Fantastic. Alright, guys. Let's see. I believe Niche is live, so I'm gonna send you guys over to Niche. Anybody that might still be here. Just playing Final Fantasy. So for anybody that's still here, thank you so much for the company. I appreciate it big time. I'll see you guys tomorrow, I guess. Stay safe. And yeah, have a great Friday. Alright? Don't drink too much. Alright. Peace out. Bye-bye.